One, we will call the meeting to order this morning at 9:01 a.m. Thank you for joining us this morning. If we look into our agendas, we have a couple of time commitments today. 9:15 a.m. we have a delegation, and then 10:15 and 11 a.m. we have a couple more time commitments. I'd like to start off first. I'll throw to Larry. We have an introduction first off.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council and colleagues and everyone watching from afar and visitors today. We would simply like to take this opportunity to introduce to Council and I suppose the broader community really our new Human Resources Manager, and his name is Chris Sobel, and he is here hiding in the back. And Chris, I wonder, with the Chair's permission, if you might want to step forward and just introduce yourself and have maybe Council can introduce. I think some of you may have met informally already, but this is here, and thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody. As Larry said, my name is Chris Sobel. I'm the new Human Resource Manager. I've been here almost all of 3 weeks, so still new. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I was raised in Raymond and lived there, but I hope you won't hold that against me. I have about 20 years of experience in human resources. My past experience has been with regional library systems, health regions, accounting firms, and most recently I was with senior housing in the county of Warner. But I'm really excited to be here. I've had such a warm welcome from the entire team, and I hope to make a good contribution to Lethbridge County. So thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chris. Welcome to Lethbridge County, and thank you for the introduction.
Thank you.
We move down into our item B in our agenda, adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Claus?
I'll move the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Claus. Claus has moved for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item C, adoption of the minutes. Before you, you have the County Council meeting minutes of the March 16th, 2023 meeting. Are there any errors or omissions or any issues arising from the minutes? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the minutes for March 16th, 2023 meeting be adopted as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved to adopt the County Council meeting minutes of the March 16, 2023 meeting as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We will move down in our agendas to item E, subdivision applications. Number 1, subdivision application number 2023-0-013, Groenenboom Farms. Just noting again that we do have a delegation for 9:15, so if we have to table this, we can cross that bridge when we get there. With that, I would throw to our Interim Director of Community Services, Hilary Jansen. Hilary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. We do have 2 subdivisions today. I am here on my own. Steve Hardy is taking a well-deserved vacation with his family this week, so I am going to do my best to work through these 2 subdivisions with you. So the first subdivision that we have today is for Groenenboom Farms, subdivision application 2023-0-013. And this application is to reconfigure 2 existing titles by taking the existing acreage, which is about just over 5 acres. As you can see on the orthophoto and in your agenda package, it is located fairly close to the Old Man River and is just at the southwest corner of the particular quarter section, being the northwest 34-923, west of the 4th. And they would wish to move this particular subdivision, so reconfiguring it so that it is on higher ground. I will zoom in just a bit, Council, so you can kind of see the scenario here. They've obviously seen a lot of sloughing in this particular location where this parcel was right now. The house probably is not inhabitable at this point in time because the coulee or the river valley is slumping into the river. So they are requesting to create a new yard closer to the cropland and that would also have access off of the current access easement. Let me just go down in my notes here. So the current yard, as I mentioned, is about 65 meters from the boundary of the Old Man River, whereas the new boundary, or the new yard would be 284 meters from the river. So this would obviously be a better location for a farm yard to be established, and the old one would be probably decommissioned at some point in time. The proposed new subdivision is on native grassland just south of their current irrigation pivot, and as I mentioned, it will take access off of an existing access easement that is on the property. The original access easement was obviously put there to provide access to that acreage in the past. And on your agenda package, you'll notice there's the dashed lines that indicate where that access easement is, so you can see that the new parcel will take direct access off of that current easement. The new parcel will be 3 acres in size, which follows the county's subdivision criteria for vacant parcels, which allows for up to 3 acres in size for a vacant parcel. So the new title, if council does approve this application, would the farmland would become 155 acres with the 3-acre country residential subdivision taken out. In reviewing the comments received from the circulation, there was no objections or concerns with regards to the proposed realignment. And overall, this application does meet the county's land use bylaw for reconfiguration of titles, and that no additional titles will be created. And that the agricultural parcel size is exceeded. The maximum parcel size is 70 acres. So with that, we collectively have recommended approval of this particular subdivision with the conditions that, that their taxes are paid and up to date, that the owner enter into a development agreement if required, the titles be prepared and certified by a land surveyor, as we do with reconfiguration of titles, so that the 2 parcels can no longer be no further subdivided without approval from the subdivision authority. The applicant will have to, at their expense, provide a professional soils analysis to ensure suitability of the septic system on the site, and they will also provide a geotechnical report in this case, just to ensure that they are not going to be impacted by any of the coulees in the surrounding area. With that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Claus? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just out of curiosity, where that road that keeps going down, is that one slowly moving away too? Or you don't know?
So they've obviously realigned the road so that it used to go right around that acreage, kind of in a curve, and you can see the road was washed out at some point in time. So they have put in a new road. Groenenboom's own both of these parcels, and so they use that road, so the easement goes up until here, but they use it as like a private driveway into their agricultural lands to the south.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Hillary, does this require an indigenous artifacts survey type thing?
Historical resources?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, I do not believe so. When Steve Hardy sends out the notices to the various agencies, historical resources is also included on that circulation. You'll see in the resolution in your agenda package on item G that they have reviewed the subdivision application, determined that in this instance a Historical Resources Act approval is not necessary, and a Historical Resources application is not required. So they do circulate it. It was not required in this instance.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the submission, this seems to be a fairly straightforward situation in the sense that they're just trying to move the land over to somewhere that's a little bit more conducive to building. So I would like to move that subdivision application 2023-0-013 be approved subject to conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? John has moved the subdivision application 2023-0-013 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. There's There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Hillary, maybe we will move to our, just as we are getting close, move to that delegation now, and
Yeah.
we'll come back to the subdivision applications. So if we move in our agendas to our D1 item, we have a 9:15 with SMRID and MPE.
Is it quiet?
I'm not sure they're working, yeah. Thanks, Doug. I'm just not sure it's picking up. It seems awfully quiet to me. That's better, yeah. They weren't on, maybe.
Okay, hoping I'm getting picked up by the mic here. So for those of you who have not met me, and I think that's most everybody here with the exception of administration staff, my name is Travis Geremia. I'm with the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and I'm the acting, or the infrastructure engineer that looks after the Chin Reservoir project. On my right is Jeff Olitch with MPE. Jeff is our prime consultant working on the Chin Reservoir project and all the projects involved in it. He's really the subject matter expert when it comes to the project management and the three kind of items that we're going to present to you guys today. So I've brought Jeff along, and he's prepared this slide, and he's going to run through this and answer any questions that you guys have. So.
Thanks, Travis. We'll get right into it. So we're just going to give you an overview of the Chinook Reservoir Expansion Project. Like I said, you can ask any questions at any time. So just kind of a quick agenda. We're going to go through introductions, project work plan, proposed Chin East Dam, West Dam, environmental regulatory project schedule, upcoming work plan, and the West Dam work plan, and then a little bit on Chin Chute as well. So project overview. So the Chin Reservoir Expansion Project has 5 different components. Relocation of the East Dam, get a little more into that later, but it essentially we're moving it 10 kilometers downstream or to the east. Raising the reservoir FSL, that's going to be raised from 861.27 to 864. Raise of the West Dam, that will be to accommodate the raise of the FSL. Replacement of the Chin conduits, well, we're raising the West Dam, we're going to replace the Chin conduits as well due to age. And replacement of Chin Chute, that's age and condition as well for that infrastructure. So the current reservoir storage is around 154,000 acre feet. With the raise of the FSL and the expansion of the reservoir, it'll increase that storage by 103 acre feet. So pretty substantial expansion. So the newest East Dam, like I talked about, is 10 kilometers to the east. Enlarging the reservoir will increase the area approximately 80%, increase the total water storage. The maximum height of the new East Dam, we're in preliminary design. I'll kind of get into where we're at a little later, but it's approximately 40 meters tall. Be at the base, it's probably going to be about 1 kilometer wide, not between the coulee, but wide just due to foundation conditions. Top of the dam is still going to be approximately 36 meters below the top of the coulee, so it's going to be sitting probably halfway down from the coulee bottom up to the coulee top. So where we're at, we're actually completed a lot of our preliminary field work, and currently we are pretty much finished preliminary design on this, and we are ready to submit the EIA waiting for comments on on the TOR of the EIA, and I'll get a little more into the environmental regulatory. I have a section on that to go through what we're moving through. Now, the West Dam, there's 3 different components with the West Dam. Like I said before, we're raising the West Dam and upgrading the seepage collection system and monitoring system. Due to the FSL raise. Chin outlet, that's the Chin conduits, those will be updated. They were constructed in 1951. Good opportunity now to replace those and upgrade that with this I would call it the rehabilitation or modernization / expansion of this reservoir. Chin chute, same thing. Upgrading that chin chute to not only to what current increased capacities of the SMRID canal with, I guess not increased capacities, but it was designed for a less flow than what was needed. So that will be upgraded as well. Oh, sorry. Okay. So regulatory and permitting, we have been we've been going through the through all the regulatory. We started this in 2021, and we've gone through the submission for a federal EIA, and they've deemed us not required to submit a federal EIA twice because it was contested after we were deemed not required, and so they did that twice. So we're doing the Alberta EIA as part of this project. And then we'll also be going through the Water Act and DFO and Transport Canada through all those regulatory. So we did, started right away doing the rare plants, wetlands, all the fish habitat ground, and historical resources in this area. Just to kind of give you an idea of how this process works, especially for the EIA, because I would say it's not a very well-known process, but it is important for a project of this size and what we're doing here. So the EIA is required, which we were determined. Really, where we're at currently is that the terms of reference was finalized, was finalized and was sent out to the public. Now, the Alberta Environment Protection Agency is now looking through those comments and redeveloping our TOR to add anything that is required based off the public comments. And we're supposed to be getting that hopefully any day now. But in the meantime, we've developed the EIA on our existing TOR, and the preliminary design was completed during that same time. So we're really at that kind of that middle phase of just jumping off, submitting that EIA and getting into final design, and that's more specifically to the East Dam. With the West Dam, the regulatory requirements are different because it is existing infrastructure. So we need to go through Water Act, dam safety, that type of regulatory, but is not required for an EIA. Oh, sorry. EIA stands for Environmental Impact Assessment. It is a very big document. So if you think of like all the regulatory things you think of what you review, like I said before, like rare plants, vegetation, impacts of climate change, it goes through all those type of aspects. Really what it's meant to do is just if anyone has any concerns with the project, that document should answer it, is what the point of it is.
It's meant to be an all-encompassing, report that's going to address any possible questions foreseeable in the time of its development. And yes, big projects, mines, I believe highways are actually exempt from environmental impact assessments. But yes, water reservoir projects like this, they're subjected to environmental impact assessments.
Okay.
There's a question?
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you. So going on with this, so you're working on this since 2001, you
Yes.
said? And it looks like we're gonna get a lot more acre feet of irrigation water that way.
Yep.
And what is the cost of this? Are you gonna get to that?
Yeah, we can touch on that a little bit later. But yeah, there's a few different elements to the, yeah, we'll touch on that at the very end of our presentation.
So project schedule, kind of talked about where we're at, and this is mainly for the EIA, or for the East Dam and where we're at and kind of what we're planning here. So as you can see, we're at the end of that preliminary design. We're actually starting on some of the final design preparations, like the final design drilling program for the East Dam, and some of those items. So yeah, we're kind of we may be in a holding pattern waiting for the Environmental Protection Agency. However, we are still moving forward in other aspects that we know we can. With, like I said, the drilling program is a very important part of, you know, really building a 40-meter tall dam is a fairly significant dam. So we're, based off previous EIAs that have gone through and our experience with it, we're thinking it's going to be a 2-year process to go through the review process and then go through the supplementary comments and then answer those supplementary comments. We're thinking it's going to be a 2-year process, but it can range very greatly as, you know, working in these regulatory, especially something as big as the EIA, it's going to take a substantial amount of time. So we're estimating 2 years. It could be 3, it could be 1.5. We don't know. My guess will be on the higher end. So we're hoping to go to a construction tender of January 2025. Typically, the construction of this dam will be done in the spring and summer, or the nice months. We won't be doing any work in the winter. Don't want to have to deal with frost in your backfill and that in a dam of this size. We're estimating 3 years, possibly 3.5, based off our preliminary design. It may extend into 4 years. There's a lot of with the foundation. There's going to be some significant settlement, and so to spread that construction over that long time, so to do it in layers basically, will allow for less settlement to happen at the very end of the project. So you won't get big waves and actually get major settlement like the original dams have gone through.
Yeah, so SMRID's experience, the most recent dam that we constructed was in 1986, and it's the 40-mile reservoir located, you know, in that foremost area. The dam's there, and it's in the same meltwater channel as Chincooli. As they were built, you know, over a course of 2 years, but after that, serious settlement started to take place, especially after filling of the reservoir, such that the one dam actually visibly moved. So, you know, those considerations are being taken into the design of this, right? And that became quite a case study at the engineering level, in the engineering dam safety community. I don't know, we're still getting presentations on that. And actually, one of the individuals with Clone Krimpenberger who worked on that as a field representative is working on our project as well. So that experience taken, you know, almost 35 years ago, right, we're bringing over into this project as well. So it still exists, so.
Further to the schedule, so estimating that construction completion around March 2028, there would be the filling of the reservoir. Now, the filling of the reservoir, I do have 2 years on there. It likely won't be. It's going to be dependent highly on availability of water. The plan is not to change any of the SMRID's operations or change any flows. The plan would be using possibly the reservoir's current storage earlier in the year and later in the year, depending on how the year goes. So if there's water available and it's a wet year, as we do sometimes get, then reservoir filling will take a little, we'll have the opportunity to fill. Now, if it's a drought year, there may not be a single drop going into that expansion area. So the plan is to we're gonna have a gated outlet constructed on the east dam that's gonna allow to open and close to control flow into that expansion area. That will, and you know, if we have, it could take 10 years to fill this. And the plan is to take it to the low winter watering level and then take out the existing, east dam, and then fill the rest of the way up once they're, you know, equal at that point.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess one of the things that's important to know with new hydraulic structures, dams, is it can't be filled too rapidly, because what ends up happening is, and there's a spectacular failure in Yellowstone in the 70s where a dam was filled too quickly. It caused a hydraulic fracture in the dam that was constructed and failed. So it's a controlled filling of the reservoir is necessary, but then we also have to work with the availability of water and other environmental considerations such as nesting birds in the inundation zone that we have to take into consideration. So the filling of the reservoir, it will be a drawn out process. I'm just foreseeing it's going to take a lot more time than maybe this schedule even shows.
Right.
So
I think if stars align perfectly, you maybe could get to end of 2029.
Just a question to going too fast, or when you guys are familiar when the Old Man Dam was built?
yes.
And it was gonna take, I don't know how many years to fill that.
Yep.
And it filled up in the first year because of the flood stages what we were getting out of the mountains and the hills down there. And did that have an effect on the dam, that it filled that fast?
I'm not sure about that one. I think with, it may have, but I think the later construction, because that dam has a really wide foundation as well, as similar as what we're looking at. Because like that's, you know, you've seen how wide that dam is, and I think that also helps as well. But it's a geotechnical concern that can happen. Now, fortunate enough there that nothing did happen like has happened in other places, but it's something to take in consideration. And yes, I do know about that. And then it flooded out again the year after, and that's when we had 95. I'm very aware of that. And yeah, they thought it'd take years to fill up too. Now, the difference between that reservoir and ours is the drainage area for Chin Reservoir is very small. And the other thing is that we are still going to have the expansion area isolated, so we can control that flow. Like, the only way for the water to get in there is through our gated outlets. So we will be able to control that and, you know, give that dam the best opportunity to be stable. Another consideration, so I talked about the FSL raise, and a part of the schedule is, you know, getting to that. And really the only way we can actually even raise the FSL is once the Highway 36 bridge has been replaced. As the elevation as it's currently at, we can't change the FSL. So that Highway 36 bridge has to be replaced, which was on AT's list to be replaced in 2030.
Jeff, can you just make sure
I
for
think-
all your acronyms?
Oh, sorry, Alberta, sorry, excuse me. Yes, Alberta Transportation. FSL, sorry, full supply level.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I know,
Thank
we get in the mode.
Go ahead, Lauren.
We apologize for
Yes.
being engineers.
Just
I
got a
guess.
question. I'm afraid. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So,
Yeah.
when you talked about increasing the water level, what will that do to the power plant? And will it have any effect on Stafford Reservoir?
So there will be zero effect on Stafford Reservoir. And the Chin Powerhouse, there will be some modifications required, but for the most part, it's built up high enough it's not going to get flooded. So there's not going to be any really detrimental effects. There's some equipment we're going to have to move around, and that's fine. But power generation is impacted when the water level is higher. But we do expect that in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to make a big difference to Yerrican.
You don't stay at your full supply level later on.
No, no.
So. Okay, so upcoming work planned, kind of, the EAA is to be submitted this month, hopefully. Like I said, still waiting for their comments back on the TOR term, which is the terms of reference, which is basically like the table of contents for the EIA, is what it is. So East Dam preliminary design is completed. West Dam preliminary design is completed as well, or it's going through, we have an internal review board, so it's going through that portion of it. Chin outlet is in the same schedule, and the chin chute preliminary design is completed and final design has been started. With the chin chute, construction of the cofferdam is slated to be done this year, with construction starting next spring and to be constructed through the summer, just so we can operate the existing chin chute. I'll kind of get a little more into it when we show that. And then, but now I'll get into the chin outlet, which is probably the most consideration for Lethbridge County. So installing the cofferdam is planned between August and December of 2024, beginning construction at the West Dam in 2025. And then, so part of that construction will go two and a half years, where the outlet structure construction and dam preloading will start in 2025 to 2026. 2026 to 2027 is the dam backfill, and 2028 will be the cofferdam removal, where we're completing construction by spring 2028. With that schedule, this is kind of a layout of where the construction area is. So with putting the new chin outlet structure in, the road across the dam will be compromised or will be dug through. We do have a bypass road. However, what SMRID and ourselves are asking is that we'd like to close that road to public traffic and we have that construction access road around the outside and leave that open for emergency vehicles only. Because it is going to be a construction traffic road. There will be trucks, there will be concrete trucks, gravel trucks, rock trucks driving up and down this road. And for the public safety, we'd recommend that we wouldn't have public going through this construction site.
Is that, I guess, making sense to everybody? Basically, when we go to replace the conduits, we have to open cut the dam, and for a period of 2 years, the road will be basically impassable. So that impacts Lakeside Colony on the south side of the reservoir. It's a challenge with a project this big. The road, I believe that we are showing here, it's going to be available to emergency services.
Yep.
Right? But general traffic, it's going to be very difficult for us to accommodate it.
Yes, talking about the colony down there, do they have land on the north side of that project?
I do believe they do, yes.
Yeah, then it'd be a long ways around for them then, eh?
It will be an inconvenience, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess, showing here this, the cofferdam, which is, can you show on the cursor there? So we're actually going to be sending out a drilling rig that's going to float in the reservoir and drill into the sediments underneath the lake, such that we can begin design of this cofferdam. The structure in itself is a feat in engineering on its own. And a lot of effort is being put into the design of the cofferdam such that we can isolate the work area that we're going to need and at the same time continue to run the rest of the irrigation district for the remaining years while this work is taking place.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, again. So you're gonna take out the road that currently exists in the structure that's there?
Yeah.
And put in a temporary dam, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So will you eventually rebuild the road going across the top? Like?
Yes.
At the very end, it'll go back to the same location.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll return to what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Could you, is that sort of twisty part that goes down onto the bottom, the temporary road that you're
Yes,
proposing to put in?
this is that temporary road, yeah.
If you're familiar with the site, I think most would understand the topography does not lend itself to ease of construction and road development. It's basically a cliff on the south side, so we're having to be quite zigzaggy with that road to make it work.
So, yeah, here's that access road a little better. So we'll be taking material from this area to develop this area to ensure nice access for not construction, but also allow for emergency vehicles. Will be a part of our contract to ensure that that passage is there for any emergency vehicles. Here's just a drawing of the new conduit, a preliminary sketch of it, and how it will sit in the dam. This is the upstream side, this is the downstream side. This line here is the existing dam. On top of it will be our new raised portion of the dam. Just to kind of give you an idea of what construction lies on this dam, and basically give you a look into it. And like I said, this is at the preliminary stage of the design. Chin chute, this is chin chute. Like I said, we're putting this cofferdam in this
Summer.
this summer. We do have have almost all of our regulatory approvals. We're just finalizing our historical resources. Plan to get a contract here in the summer, and we would like them to build the contractor will have the opportunity to build it in the winter or summer, whichever suits best for them. Give them a pretty long construction time of a year and a half, which is, we've seen these being built in 3/4 of a year. But we have this off to the side to allow that the operation of the current chute can continue during the irrigation season while we construct this, and so that we're not interfering with any irrigation operations. Yeah.
So I guess immediate work, beginning in May 1, we're going to be conducting historical resources excavation. If you
Yeah.
just want to circle that area there. So that's going to be a site that's going to be impacted by our project. We are working with the Lakeside Colony on purchasing right-of-way for the footprint of this works. And we have put in an application with the county for us to utilize the undeveloped road allowance to the south. We have sign off, and I guess, I don't know if you can comment on the status of my application.
It's in the works, yeah, we're just
In the works,
finalizing the
yep.
actual agreement, but yeah, it's pretty much done.
Yep. Okay, so I've done everything I need to do, I assume. So, yeah. I guess, to answer your earlier question from Klaus about budget of this project, $133 million has been assigned to all of these projects that we presented here. So how it works with the funding agreement that took place between the province of Alberta, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and other districts as well that participated in the same funding streams, is 30% upfront is put up by the province as a grant, 20% upfront is put up by the St. Mary River Irrigation District as cash, and the remaining 50% is a low-interest loan through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, and that's payable by the St. Mary River Irrigation District and other partnering districts that are have accessed this funding for their own projects as well. So hopefully that answers your question. Yep.
Just a question then, are the water rates in the St. Mary's gonna go up due to the construction, or by quite a bit? And I just assume it's gonna be quite a bit.
So the annual water rates, like we have had our AGM was yesterday, and we've gone from $23 to $25, but that's to cover the cost of inflation. The idea of these projects, so the rampant pace that we're constructing canals to pipe, as well as this project that you're seeing here, are all captured in the same funding program. That's going to be funded by our irrigation expansion, right? So we are in the process of releasing 15,000 acres of irrigation for uptake by irrigators in the St. Mary River Irrigation District, and formerly TID. And the capital cost to recoup the costs incurred by our projects was meant to pay off the loan.
Just for curiosity's sake, where do you think the water rate's gonna be at for new acres?
I
Or you
guess
don't-
I don't work
you
in the
don't wanna
finance
say?
side of things, so yeah, and they don't let me see those numbers, right? So yeah, but I guess these projects, the plan is to finance them through the sale of new irrigation acres, not the annual acres or the annual charges, right? Does that answer your question? Kind of.
I'm guessing already.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Larry?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. If I can just ask one question, and I apologize if it was answered and I missed it, but I think it's important. When is it anticipated that the road for the public would be closed?
So I think the schedule that we presented there, Jeff.
Yeah, so
Beginning 2025?
it would be spring 2025, because it doesn't necessarily need to close for the cofferdam. There may be some construction traffic. There will be construction traffic during that time, but we don't necessarily need to close the road. But from that 2025 to that end of 2027, that 2 full years there, that will be the times that it will be closed.
And if there's changes to this schedule in particular, we will be letting you know.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council?
Well, thank you for having us today.
Awesome.
thanks
Thank you
for
very
having
much.
Thank you.
Hillary, if we want to continue on with our subdivision applications, we'll move to item E2 in our agenda, subdivision application 2023-0-018.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is our second subdivision for this meeting, and it is to subdivide a 7.27 acre parcel into two, so that there would be a 2 acre parcel on the east side of the parcel, and the remainder would be a 5.27 acre title where the existing residence and improvements are located. Just as a bit of background, County Council redesignated these lands to Group Country Residential under Bylaw 22-019 back in January of this year. So this particular subdivision does comply with the county's requirements for re-subdivision of a title. With regards to the actual application, the 2 acres in question, as I mentioned, are on the east side of the parcel, where there is currently no improvements. They have been using it, I do believe, for just some hay in that area. With the rezoning, the application, the applicant does meet all of our requirements, and through the circulation and notification, there was no objections by any of the agencies. You'll note in the resolution that there are comments provided from all of those agencies, either a no objection. You'll note that the SMRID is requiring that if they want a household water through the SMRID, that they'll have to enter into agreement with them for that. But that is as per usual practice with the SMRID. With regards to the conditions, if council chooses to approve, municipal reserve would be owing on this particular subdivision, as municipal reserve was not paid on this particular. And so the amount would be at a market value of $40,000 per acre, and it would be owing on the whole 7.27 acres for a value of approximately $29,000 to the municipal reserve fund. The other conditions would include that all property taxes are paid and up to date, that the applicant enter into a development agreement if required, that professional soils analysis completed for the 2-acre area to demonstrate that it is suitable for private septic. The applicant submits a plan of survey from a Alberta land surveyor surveying the actual location and dimensions of the parcel, and that any easements as required by the utility agent shall be provided on the finalization. From my review of the applicant, there doesn't seem to be any easements that are required at this time, but we'll keep that condition on just to ensure that Steve Hardy has the ability, in case there was a late entry, that he can address that. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Any questions from council? Mark?
Cool, John, I'd say it's pretty straightforward. I think I'd like to move that the subdivision application 2023-0-018 be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Mark. Is there any other questions or discussion? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please forgive me if I missed it. It's going to be a 2-acre parcel?
That's correct, yeah, on the very east side.
Right. And our minimum on a group
2 acres.
is 2 acres on these
That's
ones?
correct.
Okay. But then on a regular subdivision, it's 3?
You can have up to 3 for a vacant.
Oh, up to 3. What's
Yeah.
our minimum?
2.
Okay. 1 acre leeway.
Any other questions? Mark has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2023-0-018 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary. If you want to keep going, Hillary, we can move down to F1, F1.1. Under Community Services, Bylaw 23-008, Amendment to Bylaw 18-012 being the Chinook Industrial Park Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw 23-009, Land Use Bylaw Amendment from Lethbridge Urban Fringe to Rural General Industrial and Business Light Industrial, first reading. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So this, as mentioned, is first reading of 2 bylaws that are related, being Bylaw 23-008, which is an amendment to the existing Chinook Industrial Park Area Structure Plan, and then a rezoning of a portion of the lands located within that area from Lethbridge Urban Fringe to Rural General Industrial and Business Light Industrial. So with regards to this particular application and the background, County Council originally approved the Chinook Industrial Park Area Structure Plan back in November of 2018. This plan encompasses a fairly large area, or did encompass a fairly large area, about 200 acres of land located directly to the east of the city of Lethbridge. And on the west side, or on the east side, it's flanked by the St. Mary's Irrigation Canal, so it's kind of a ideal area for future industrial development. In the last year, we've been in discussions, the land has been sold, and so the new landowner of the most northern part, not owned by the Kirkham Holdings, the numbered company on here, up to the north here, they have come in with some revisions, some significant revisions to the area structure plan so that they can, they have a particular vision for their property and how they want to see it developed out. And there was some considerations in the original area structure plan that could not be met, and so the amendment was recommended by administration. So with regards to the actual proposed amendments, as you look, I did include the red line version in your agenda package just so you could see exactly what was being proposed for the changes. So the red text indicates the new text, and then they've crossed out the old one or kept in the ones that were still relevant. Essentially, the major changes would be is that they are changing the servicing for the sites to be water, so potable water would still be provided to this particular area. That's not a concern, but the on-site there would be on-site wastewater treatment instead of a municipal wastewater service as was indicated in the original plan. I'd say that was the most significant change, and that helps progress this area further in terms of actual development happening. There was an amendment to the road network and
Hillary,
an update. Oh, sorry.
Just one sec, sorry. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you,
sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Thorne.
Just a question. So what does that mean? Is that similar to the on-site treatment plant, site or wastewater facility at Broxburn Business Park, or is that what that means? Or
So
what does that mean?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman, through Councillor Hickey. What on-site wastewater means is, so typically like in an acreage or in Stewart siting, you have your own septic system. So you'll have a pump, a septic field or a pump out tank on each property instead of a communal septic system like what's in Broxburn. Yeah, so yeah, that's, it just wasn't feasible in this particular location, and the city had no capacity to hook on to their sewer system, so this seemed like the most viable based off the type of uses that we would see in this particular area. The next thing is the amended road network and an updated traffic impact assessment. This is to minimize, I guess, the road network. They didn't want to have as many through roads, which minimizes their upfront costs. It also minimizes the county's ongoing maintenance costs in the area, so it's kind of a win-win for both the applicant and the county in that regard. They're updating the stormwater management plan. They have proposed to increase the size of the existing stormwater pond that we have in this particular area, which also serves Rave, and they have provided those plans and has been reviewed by Devin Teely and approved. They're modifying somewhat the land use districts. It's going to be mostly rural general industrial as per the plan. They are taking out a little bit of the business light industrial, which in this case isn't really a concern because it will still mirror what's on the other side in the city. So it'll be compatible uses between the city and the county. And then updating the phasing and implementation of the area. So they have already proposed with the rezoning their first phase of this area north of Kirkham Holdings, which would be about 60 acres in size. They're proposing 8 or 9 parcels to be located in there, and they've already lined up investors to be locating in this area. So they have people wanting to build in this area. So this is somewhat imminent development. This isn't something that'll happen in 5 to 10 years. This is in the next, when this happens, hopefully in this year, we'll already see stuff happening, and then moving forward over the next 5 years. So that's kind of the updates to the area structure plan, and then the rezoning is more straightforward. As I mentioned, they are proposing to redesignate a portion of those lands, about 60 acres, from Lethbridge Urban Fringe to Business Light Industrial and Rural General Industrial. And they are also hoping they have already submitted concurrently a subdivision application. So they are moving quite quickly on this project. They are very keen on keeping the wheels moving on this one. So with regards to our referral process, I did send out all of the applications to the adjacent, to the agencies and the city for comment. And I will present those comments and any other planning and strategic planning considerations at the public hearing. I will let council know that we haven't had any objections with regards to this particular application, but all of the information will be detailed out at the public hearing, which I hope to hold. It'll be at the beginning of May, not in April. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Is there any questions from council at this time? Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much toward the amendment itself, but when they're putting in their roadway, are we specifying that they must be a paved surface, or are they gonna be allowed to start with a gravel on this one?
No, for this particular plan, they would have to, it would be a paved surface to mirror what we're going to be doing in Rave to the south, and also coming off of 43rd. It's pavement is recommended and required.
Excellent, thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and they will, their internal streets will line up with like the ones across the road with the city, right?
That's correct, yes,
Okay.
yeah, they all line up.
Any other questions for Hillary at this time? John?
Thank you. With the change to on-site septic treatment, is this having to be facilitated by larger parcels then?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Kurbis. So the people that are interested in this need larger parcels to accommodate, say, laydown areas and outdoor storage. And then also, yeah, the larger sizes will accommodate the wastewater. Typically, we find in industrial parks, you don't find a lot of septic fields being installed because they're low water users. They'll typically go with a pump out system, which obviously is pretty efficient in terms of space.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think this is a great project, and I would move first reading of bylaw 23-008.
Thank you, Lauren. Any further discussion at this time? Lauren has moved that bylaw 23-008 be read for a first time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. I've got John and Eric. Doesn't matter. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to read or put the motion forward that bylaw 23-009 be read for a first time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that bylaw 23-009 be read a first time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary. Move now to item F 1.2, bylaw 23-013, advertising for first reading. And we have our Director of Community, or no, sorry, Maddie, what's your title?
That's okay. You can call me the director if you want.
Give her a big raise today. There's no pay included in that. Our Communications Coordinator, Maddie Watson. Morning, Maddie.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Council. I'm here to present bylaw 23-013, also called the advertising bylaw, for consideration of first reading. This bylaw has been drafted to establish methods for advertising public notices in Lethbridge County. It reflects current practice in the county's advertising and public notifications, but there is not currently a bylaw or policy in place to formalize these activities. As per the Municipal Government Act, a municipality must advertise certain matters like bylaws, meetings, and public hearings in a local newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks or mail notices directly to affected landowners. However, the MGA states that a council may pass a bylaw that would allow for these to be advertised by alternative methods such as electronic means. Currently, Lethbridge County follows the MGA by advertising these matters in the Sunny South News and or through mailing affected landowners. This is mainly for planning items, the mailing landowners. But we also use several other methods such as our website, e-news, social media, app, newsletters, and notice boards here at our Lethbridge office to ensure that the message is distributed to as many people as possible. Many other municipalities in the province, including the City of Lethbridge and Town of Coaldale, have established public notification or advertising bylaws in recent years. If the proposed bylaw is adopted, it is not anticipated that current practices will change, with regards to advertising. It would simply give the county flexibility in advertising public notices, particularly in extenuating circumstances, such as a disruption in mail or newspaper service. There's no anticipated financial impact of passing this bylaw, as Lethbridge County is currently utilizing the formats prescribed in this proposed bylaw to advertise notices to the public. As per the MGA, a public hearing must be held for a proposed bylaw that would allow for alternative advertising methods. It is anticipated that public hearing for this bylaw would be held in May if first reading is passed today. Administration's recommendation is that bylaw 23-013 advertising be read a first time. The reason for this recommendation is that formalizing the methods Lethbridge County uses to advertise certain notices is in line with several other municipalities across the province. Having a bylaw in place also provides transparency to citizens, businesses, and stakeholders, and gives the county flexibility in advertising public notices if traditional methods are not available. Council may choose not to approve first reading today, which has no clear benefit identified, but if alternative methods for advertising cannot be used in place of newspaper ads and/or mailing notices, decisions on matters could be delayed in circumstances beyond the county's control. Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie. Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, so we never did have a bylaw in place for this, but we were following the right procedures already anyway, so is this being told by higher up down there, which is the province on that we should have a bylaw in place?
Mr. Chairman, through to Councillor Zeenstra, no, there's no direction from the province that we should have a bylaw in place, but lots of municipalities in the province are kind of moving in this direction. I think especially since the pandemic, where there were maybe some disruptions in mail and newspaper service, it just kind of gave them the flexibility to kind of pivot and the ability to advertise on their website or any other maybe electronic method where they felt was appropriate if they couldn't get that message out in the newspaper, and an important decision might have been delayed due to that, those extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, but I'm not in favor of having a bylaw because whatever says so. But anyways, I think we were following the right procedures, and I feel we can carry on doing that. Like, you know, in my eyes, nothing worse than another bylaw, you know, like that's just my opinion.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I see this, this is just a matter of formalizing and just tightening up the way we do business, in the sense that just puts down on paper what our procedures actually are in a more formal manner than what we've been doing, correct?
Correct.
Right. And therefore, I'd like to move that bylaw 23-013 advertising be read for a first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that bylaw 23-013 advertising be read a first time. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you.
With that, we do have a 10:15 appointment, so why don't we recess and we will reconvene at 10:15. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll call the meeting back to order at 10:15 a.m. this morning. Moving our agendas now to our closed session items. Item I, so we have 4 items in our closed session, and I think our intention will be to go into a closed session. We do have 2 that have time commitments, so we'll try and work around those, obviously. But if we can do everything in our closed session at once, would be ideal. So we'll try with that intent, and if it doesn't work, we can always come in and come out. So our first one, we have a 10:15 a.m. delegation, financial matters, FOIP Section 16.1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, and Section 25.1, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. Item 2, 11 o'clock a.m. delegation, MPE, FOIP Section 24.1G, advice from officials. Item 3, Water Co-op discussion, Director of Public Operations, FOIP 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. And item 4, request for contribution discussion, FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Request for contribution discussion. So with that, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Lauren?
Make a motion to enter closed session.
Lauren has moved that we enter into a closed session. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And whenever you say, Candace. Lauren has moved that we exit our closed session. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I'm just going to wait till we're back on. We'll resume the public meeting at 11:52. We have gotten halfway through our closed session items, and for the time being, we will take a recess for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. If there's no objections. Does that work, Claus? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. We'll call a meeting back to order at 12:29 this afternoon. And after speaking to interim CAO Randall, we briefly discussed what's remaining on the agenda, and Larry suggested that we maybe stick to the public items for now. Just if there is anybody who would like to view, we can get right to those right now, and then maybe we'll close the meeting with our 2 remaining closed items. Is there any objection to that? If not, we will move in our agendas then to F2, and we can start with F2.1, Agricultural Services Board Committee Meeting Recommendations 2023, Level of Service and Terms of Reference. And with that, I would throw to our Director of Public Operations, Jeremy Wixon. Jeremy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at our recent March 28th, we had our ASB committee meeting. Now, the ASB committee is now formed of 4 members of council and 3 members at large from the public. So with that, it was time to update the terms of reference, because the terms of reference, just similar to the previous ASB bylaw, had the composition of the committee as basically 7 members of council. So now that we have the members at large, that was adjusted within the terms of reference document. So I am going to speak to 2 different items here. One is the terms of reference, one is the level of service document. I'll start with the terms of reference, because that way there's no crossover essentially in between those 2. So with that, with the terms of reference, these now get forwarded to council for adoption. These were reviewed by the committee, so the committee went through the details of that terms of reference and therefore put it to council for adoption. There's not a lot of highlights within the actual terms of reference outside of the main parameter being that we changed essentially the members at large, and we added that portion into that. We also did add in, as a member of administration, into that we added the environmental services manager in addition to the supervisor of ag services, because that is the organizational structure that we have right now for that department. So is there any questions on the terms of reference?
Doesn't look like it.
Committee members? No?
Go ahead, Claus.
Thank you, Chairman. So, ask that question, terms of reference. Do we want to do the terms of reference first with the recommendation and then move on to the level of service?
I think that would be a good process.
Okay, if there's no questions, I'll move that council approve the 2023 Agricultural Service Board Terms of Reference document as recommended by the ASB Board.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion, any questions on that? Claus has moved the recommendation that council approve the 2023 Agricultural Service Board Terms of Reference document as recommended by the ASB committee. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Continue, Jeremy.
Thank you. Moving on now to the level of service document. So the level of service document for the ASB, similar to the one for Public Works for the winter and summer operations, basically outlines all of the ag services that are provided and all the things that we essentially enforce and deal with as through the ASB Act. So this includes the Weed Act, the Pest Control Act, the Soil Conservation Act, and so on. So the ASB level of service document essentially represents all of the baseline services that we currently provide to the public, being the roadside mowing program, the spraying program, taking care of our parks and other vegetation control, as well as this includes also our environmental resource management position. So this is essentially the extension part that handles things like environmental farm plans and stuff like that for residents within the county. So currently right now, we've updated this level of service document to what the budget amounts were that were approved back in December of 2022 for the 2023 budget requirements. So there is we haven't made any large changes to any of the actual baseline levels of service that are detailed within. It's just indicating most of the price increases that have come through our increases from fuel and capital equipment costs. So my primary reason for recommending the approval of the ASB level of service document, and we will be having, one of the things that was discussed at the committee was having a workshop here coming up in June where we could actually talk a little bit more about if there was anything we want to look, or anything the committee wanted to give direction to administration for changing any of the potential levels of service, if there was increases or decreases, or just if there was options that were need to be investigated, and those could be brought forward to the September ASB meeting. We typically schedule the 2 ASB committee meetings per year. So for a level of service document, to provide an accurate and measurable level of service that is formed on our approved budget is our primary focus, and this is a forward-looking piece to the public. Administration will work within the budget to deliver the services based on council priorities and field level observation and maintenance needs. Now, this is a bit of a fluid piece, as is any field level maintenance. Depending on the weather, we could have less roadside mowing that's required. Depending on the expansion of weeds in the area, we could have increased chemical spray. These are all things that are somewhat fluid during the course of a season. Grasshoppers was one of the ones that's been commonplace in the last little bit. Those populations seem to be hopefully dying off here right now. We're in the 3rd year of the cycle. So anyway, those are just a couple of examples of how we might have to adjust in season to some climatic changes. So is there any questions on the level of service document?
Any questions from council? John?
Thank you. I'd like to move that County Council approve the 2003 Agriculture Service Board level service document as recommended by the ASB committee.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? John has moved the recommendation that County Council approve the 2023 Agriculture Service Board level of service document as recommended by the ASB committee. Anything further? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Jeremy. If you'd like, we can
Thank
move
you,
down.
Mr. Chair and Council.
We can move down to F2.2, 2023 capital purchasing, reallocation of funds.
So previously we had adopted the 2023 capital purchasing budget back in July of 2022. And essentially that was in place to essentially get ahead of our capital purchasing. During our evaluations as we came into winter and into January and February, one of the things that we identified through that process is we had a couple items that probably should have been scheduled for replacement in 2023. Those being we needed to install a new spray distribution system on one of our water trucks, as well as after we started operating the existing, we have a small 3-ton, or it's mounted on a 3-ton unit. We have a small sander plow unit that we use for all of our hamlet subdivisions, hamlets and rural subdivisions, and it may fall apart on any given day. But the good news is snow is almost done for the year. But anyway, after we did some assessments on each of these, we've limped a couple of these through the system here in the last few years. And my request today is essentially the one thing we looked at is we said, okay, if there is a capital reallocation potential, where is something that we could push to a future year? So we did have scheduled a purchase for a $100,000 truck. Now that was a truck with a bed install and stuff like that for the construction department. It was identified that that unit could be pushed, and then we would be able to potentially reallocate money from our capital budget onto these two purchases, being the spray distribution system for one of our water trucks, and that's a key component in our calcium-based stabilization program, as well as looking a little bit further into the future, into the winter of 2023, having a new plow and sander unit essentially ready for operations for our hamlets and rural subdivisions. So this is something that I would like to say when we do our reviews of equipment, we had a lengthy capital budget discussion here the other day with operations staff. This is something that we're going to be more keen on as far as making sure that these evaluations take place to a more thorough extent, so that these types of things are better represented when I present those capital budget allocation sheets. But my request today is essentially to reallocate that $100,000 so that we can purchase these two items.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions from council?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I don't know, you know, like, it looks like a nice piece of equipment what you asking for down here. So the 3 ton is 100, and then the additional equipment on it is another, basically another 84,000.
So there's two items there, just to clarify. There's 43,000 for the plow and sander setup.
Yeah,
Now, that doesn't include the truck. The truck is,
yeah, the truck is separate.
the truck is different, and there is no truck purchase as part of this. There's 43,000 for the plow and sander, and then 41,000 for the
Oh, I see, yeah.
distribution system. So
But anyways,
in total,
The question is, you know, this is gonna be additional equipment, what we have already, right?
this is to replace existing equipment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or to replace the existing equipment, they
Yeah.
didn't say that. Did it?
Sorry, I might have skipped over that portion, but this is replacing existing
Yeah,
equipment.
okay. Thank you.
So what you're looking at here is just a reallocation of funds. So this isn't an increase in the budget of $100,000. This is just taking it out of something that you've looked at and said we can get a couple more years out of this unit. So instead of saving the $100,000, you want to put that money towards these other 2 projects that are in more dire need of being replaced.
Correct, and especially the most important one here is the spray distribution system.
So based on that, I'd like to move that the $100,000 of capital funding approved in 2023 budget for operational work truck be reallocated to a base stabilization distribution system for a tandem water truck and for Hamlet subdivision plow and sander attachments.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Any questions? I'm going to, yes. John has moved the recommendation that $100,000 of capital funding approved in the 2023 budget year for an operations work truck be reallocated to a base stabilization distribution system for a tandem water truck and for Hamlet subdivision plow and sander attachments. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, council.
We can move down in our agendas. F3, infrastructure. F3.1, local improvement plans, Township Road 8-2, Range Road 21-5, and Valley View Place. And with us, we have our Director of Infrastructure, Devin Teely. Afternoon, Devin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm just going to go down to this map page here to make it a little bit clearer when I'm going through my report. So Lethbridge County received 2 local improvement petition packages from a group of property owners just south of the city. And the first petition package is for this area right here. That's highlighted in yellow. The roads are noted in red. And this is just northwest of the airport. So petition 1, I should scroll down to the next one because this is technically the first petition, is for Township Road 8-2 from Highway 5 over to Range Road 21-5. Petition 2, if I go back to this previous map, is for Range Road 21-5 and Valley View Place as noted in red. Upon confirmation that the petitions were sufficient, administration developed a local improvement plan for both petitions. These plans include or indicate who will be liable to pay the tax, how much they will be paying, and for both plans, an estimated cost of the project have been divided equally between the county and benefiting landowners. However, as per policy 356, the proportion of the costs that the county and benefiting owners will contribute will be determined by council. So that was put in there just as a placeholder, but council can modify that amount if they see fit. Some background information, as the distribution of the local improvement plan is mandated by the MGA, we must send out these notices to the landowners. Council can, at their sole discretion, modify how the costs are split between the county and owners. And council is also the authority in regards to determining who a benefiting owner is. So council may modify who the benefiting owners are, which is highlighted in yellow on those maps. There is no financial impacts at this time. This is simply sending out a local improvement plan. As I said, we received a petition package, and now we're doing our MGA mandated steps to create a plan and send it out to those landowners. However, if a counter petition is not received and council does wish to proceed with this project as it's laid out, the county would be liable to pay $1.331 million for both projects based on the proposed funding split. So the recommendation at this time is that the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Township Road 82 be approved, and the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Range Road 21-5 and Valley View Place be approved. And I will put it back to council for any questions you may have.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Devin, could you, the first area you indicated, in that one map?
This one?
How many residents are in there? There's only one, isn't there?
So in this highlighted area, there's all of Valley View Place down here.
Oh, that includes that?
Correct, yes.
Oh, okay, because there's only one in the other piece, north of, or east of Valley View.
In here?
Yeah.
Correct, that's one title.
Yeah, but there's only one residence there, right?
Oh, I think there's 4 or 5 on there.
Is there?
There's quite a few on that site from what I'll bring up the GIS map, that might make it a little bit easier. See, I believe there are, where is the addresses? I believe there are a few houses in here, however, it is based on a single parcel. So how this is proposed, no matter what size the parcel is, how much frontage, how much the assessment is, it's a per parcel. So this landowner would pay the same amount as this landowner.
group. As that group.
Pardon me?
As that group, right?
Yes.
They would pay the same percentage, like if there's one of them and 12 of the others, they pay 1/12. is what you're
Yeah,
telling me.
every individual lot would pay the same amount of money.
Go ahead, John.
So, with this proposal, would every parcel that is on that route be considered an adjacent landowner then?
I'll go back to so it's kind of hard to see. I'm not sure how I can see if I can
There you
flip
go.
this. There we go. That's easier to see. So these dark black lines are kind of hard to see on here. You can kind of see if you can see my cursor, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down here 5, 6, 7, and then all these properties within here, and this one up there would all be included in the petition package number 1.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What percentage of the residents supported this?
I'm not sure, Larry, if you recall the exact percentage. It did meet the thresholds in the MGA for sufficiency of a petition.
More than 2/3.
Yes, more than 2/3 representing 50% of the assessed value. We're in favor of upgrading the roadway. However, when I do these plans and I put estimated costs together, it might be a little bit higher than they expected. Then they have opportunity to counter petition with that same threshold being met. 2/3 of the owners representing 50% of the assessed value could come forward and say, no, we don't want this anymore. If they don't do that, council still has full authority over whether this project proceeds or not. If they do come in and they are successful in a counter petition, we must not proceed with the project. And that's right out of the MGA.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then, having said that, does that mean that all the landowners, even if there is no residence there, would be in for that?
Correct.
So my other question is, the part that's from the yellow line going over to Highway 5, that would be paved as well, the red part from there?
That whole red portion would be paved.
So is that not part of the annexation area for the city of Lethbridge?
I'll defer to our interim community services director.
I'll just use your mic here, Jen. As council's probably aware, there hasn't been a formal annexation or discussion with the county, with the city on anything, but on an annexation of the airport. But it would be presumed that part of the area Devon's highlighted for this local improvement would potentially be included in an annexation if proposed by the city in the future. Does that help, Councillor Hickey?
Yeah. And then the other question I have is going down to where Bob and Wendy Luco live. Is that outside of that yellow line?
It is correct. So the parcel right here is included.
Okay, but
Because
not
they
where
actually
live.
signed the petition representing that parcel, but this parcel down here we didn't include.
Okay.
However, as I stated before, council has full authority to determine who those benefiting landowners are.
And my last question, sorry, is does council have to give this first reading before they can send in the counter petition?
No, there's no first reading required. This is because council has the authority on how the funds are split and who the benefiting owners. In our policy, we state that this has to go to council for your approval, so to speak, before we can send it out to the landowners, because, like I said, you have that authority on the benefiting owners and the cost split.
Sorry to keep going, but I did have 2 calls on that and saying that they probably think now that they know the cost, it's a little higher than they wanted to spend. So just have to take it for that, I guess.
Yeah, and they can definitely counter petition when they get this plan. They can get the group of owners together and put in a counter petition and squash the project if they're successful.
Good, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the total cost would be $1.3 million?
That would be the county's share for both of these. The total cost is 2.66-ish million for both projects.
Okay, so now if there's a counter petition coming in, that would be the people that are not in favor of going this route?
Correct.
And do they also have to be, and I don't know if you said that, also have to be 2/3?
Correct. 2/3 of the owners representing 50% of the assessed value. Yeah.
Good, John.
Pardon my ignorance on this, but I mean, this is the first time something like this has come before this particular version of the council, so I just have some clarification questions. So the recommendation that's put towards us is basically the start of this process because the petition has come in. And then if there isn't a counter petition saying, okay, no, we've had sober second thoughts and we don't want to proceed with this, then ultimately the final decision will still rest on council whether we proceed with this or not.
Correct.
So by us giving this recommendation, we're not saying yes or no to doing this or making any commitment at this point in time. We're just kind of starting the process rolling.
That's correct. There's no financial commitment at this time. This is a mandated step through the MGA that we have to follow.
Okay.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. I think the one thing we do have to decide is the cost splitting today, I guess. That's
You can definitely debate that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. The other thing is, looking at their cost, I think it's a whale of a deal. I look at what I spent on dust control this year. It's almost that amount, and you just get dust control, which is negotiable at best. So, but as for split, if this is normal, if this is the recommendation, I have no qualms with that, I guess.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would have to be opposed to it because I don't see the point in fixing up infrastructure to turn it over to another potential property owner 5 or 6 years down the road. Like, I think it's just a waste of money.
And that's definitely, if no counter petition is filed, council can definitely vote to not do this project, absolutely.
Sorry, and on that,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, okay. In that vein, should this portion or a large chunk of it actually be involved in a future annexation, would there be compensation back to us from the city?
I believe so, but also defer to Hillary to possibly answer that, or Larry regarding compensation for infrastructure and annexation.
I'll try my best. So with regards to compensation for an annexation, you do look at your infrastructure, so that includes roads, and if there have been any improvements, it can be included as part of the compensation. I will kind of note that compensation is reviewed and ultimately determined by the Land and Property Rights Tribunal once an annexation application is made. So I wouldn't say that there's necessarily a guarantee that you can necessarily recoup all your costs, but I would say that it certainly could be an expectation of the county at that point in time.
Eric,
John covered it.
any other questions for Devin? John?
Is this something that we're obligated to do at this point, to start this process?
We're
Through
obligated
the
to send the
MGA?
plan. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Klaus?
Well, if we're obligated to start the plan moving forward, because I personally, I wouldn't want to go this route, but because this is according to the MGA plan, we have to move ahead, so then I will recommend I'll move that the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners of the paving of the Township Road 8 to be approved. Do you want both of them or just one?
Separate? Separate?
I suppose.
Okay,
separate.
yeah, we'll just do one at a time then, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation that the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Township Road 8-2 be approved. Any discussion? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as there's two people have spoken, two councillors here have spoken against, or that they would not be in support. I would like to put out there, at what cost splitting would you support it? These people, the ratepayers in this area, might want this to pursue anyway. Is there a portion that you say 75-25 as we're going forward? And I guess they could come forward a second time. There's all those kind of things, but I guess putting the question out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we could leave that till the time comes that we have to decide what we're going to be doing, because we have to put the recommendation. We got to put it in motion right now. That is according to the MGA. So we don't have to worry about the money deal yet. Is that correct?
The cost split should be determined now, because when the landowners are sent this plan, they're expecting that to be the final cost. So if you change it later, then they might not be aware that you've decided 75-25. So that split should be determined before that plan gets sent out.
Go ahead, John.
So, Councillor Van Essen, are you proposing an amendment to the motion of 75-25 then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm not, as I am okay with it in its current situation, so those opposed could put it in there, or we could let it go on through at this rate and see how it shakes out further down the road.
Good, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Devin, could you maybe run it through my mind once more? If there's, say, 20 land owners there, it goes based on the number of land owners, not the assessment?
Correct. This is based on the number of parcels, yes.
So therefore, the greatest number of residents will be in that little subdivision there.
Correct.
So they would be the greatest ones to benefit, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, in terms of number of residences, yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Klaus.
So I can make a friendly amendment to this one, correct, to my own motion? Larry?
Can make an amendment, doesn't have to be called friendly, it's just a proposed amendment to adjust what the current main motion states, so.
Then I would like to add that we go 75-25, 75 for the landowners, 25 for the county.
Any discussion on that? Mark?
Quickly, is there an expectation on the part of landowners that putting a petition forward, they would get that 50-50 split, or there's nothing in writing, it's just up to us to come up with a number?
That's correct.
Expectation.
Our policy states if it's a citizen initiated local improvement, that it's up to council's discretion on that split.
Just,
Good, Klaus?
just to be clear, in my motion that the 25% cost would go to the county and the 75 would go to the landowner. Just,
Right.
Just
So
clarification.
they will pay more than the county, you bet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Candace, could you read back what the amendment would be then?
Just as amended to reflect 75% for landowners, 25% for the county.
Okay. So then we would be voting on the amendment, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and can you say that one more time, Candace, sorry?
Do you want me to read like the whole motion?
Just the amendment, please?
Just the amended part? As amended to reflect 75% for landowners and 25% for the county.
Okay. So just to clarify, Larry, sorry, we would vote on the amendment first.
Vote on the
correct?
amendment. If the amendment is adopted, you then need to vote on the main motion, which reads 75-25% split. If the vote on the amendment fails, you're back to deciding whether to proceed with 50-50.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Crystal clear? So to vote on the amendment, any further discussion? We'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Now, back to the main motion. Candace, could you read that back now, please?
That a distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Township Road 8 be approved as amended.
Thank you.
And this is, sorry,
Yep.
this is for the first one.
Correct, 8-2, correct, yes. Okay, any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Okay, moving on. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna move on to make a motion that the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Range Road 21-5 and Valley View Place be approved based on a 75-25 split, with 75% cost being borne by the landowner and 25% being borne by the county.
Thank you, John. Is there any discussion on that? I can try and read that back. That the distribution of the local improvement plan for the benefiting landowners for the paving of Range Road 21-5 and Valley View Place be approved. John, would you like to help me?
Based on a funding split of 75-25, with 75% being borne by the landowner and 25% borne by the county.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Devin.
Thank you, council.
Moving down, F4, Corporate Services. F4.1, the 2023 Business Tax Rate Bylaw, number 23-011, third reading. And we have our Director of Finance, oh, no,
I'll actually have our intern present again.
awesome.
Thank you.
Or finance intern, Jeremy. Jeremy, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council. Today I'm presenting on the 2023 Business Tax Bylaw number 23-011 for a third reading. Just a little bit of history on it. It was the business tax was first passed in 2017, and there's an expected $1.5 million in revenue for the Market Access Network Bridges and Paved Roads Fund. Rates have stayed the same since 2017 at $2.50 per animal unit. The business tax bylaw was passed at the March 16 meeting, and so because of that, the tax rate bylaw now has to come. There have been no changes since last year, and there have been no changes since it was brought to council last. And this is part of the $2.15 million for the Market Access Network Bridges and Paved Roads Fund. And if passed, notices will be mailed out by June 1st, 2023. So the recommendation is that the bylaw number 23011 be read for a third time. The alternatives are decreasing the amount from $2.5 per animal unit. This will result in less taxes for businesses, but will also require a new revenue source or reduce the amount of projects. And It could also not pass, which will result in no taxes for businesses, but it will also create a lack of funding for the market access network debenture, and it will also reduce the amount of projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'll open up to council. Any discussion? Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I didn't hear you mention one other option is to increase the rate.
Through the chair to Councillor Hickey, yeah, absolutely, that is also an option.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that business tax rate bylaw 23-011 be read a third time.
Thank you, Eric. I didn't cut you off there, did I, Jen? Do you?
I was just gonna mention that within the alternatives, it actually stated that the $2.50 per annum amount could be changed greater or less. It just, through the pros and cons, it was in there.
Thank you. Eric has moved the recommendation that business tax rate bylaw 23-011 be read a third time. Any further discussion? Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not in favor of that. I believe it should have at least the rate of inflation increase, simply because everything is going up and our cost of operations are also going up. So it's only a natural course to follow. And we have no other alternate route of taxation.
Both of you at the same time. You want to go ahead, Klaus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think that this, to have this read a third time, only kind of just says that we are going to use this for the debenture, because basically that is it, and we're not using this for any road fixing up or anything like that.
Through the chair to Councillor Vanderveen, only, I think it's $750,000 goes towards the debenture, and the rest goes towards the roads and bridges.
Okay, with that said, I still want to have the recommendation read a third time, and I'm against raising the rates.
Thank you, Klaus. Go ahead, John.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to adjust the rate from $2.50 to $2.53 per animal unit for this calendar year.
John has proposed an amendment to increase the tax to $2.53 an animal unit.
Correct.
For the 2023 business tax rate, bylaw 23-011. Is that captured, John? Go ahead, Morris.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, for why the 3 cents increase?
Just recognizing that a good portion of this does go to the debenture, and the debenture money doesn't increase. That payment is the payment. But also recognizing that half of it goes towards our routine maintenance and roads and trying to keep up with that, and the inflationary pressures that we've had on the maintenance. If we looked at a 3 cent increase, it doesn't exactly keep us up with inflation, but it sort of gently gets us to the point where we have to start putting a little bit more money into this in order to maintain those roads and keep the infrastructure in good shape for our ratepayers so that they can do their business.
Jeremy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make one correction there. None of this funding goes towards any operational maintenance. This pays for the base stabilization debenture, which was the loan that was taken out, which is the $750,000 roughly. The remaining portion goes towards bridges and paved road capital projects. So this does not cover off on any gravel assets.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that, but there's still inflationary pressures on those particular projects then. Okay, so in terms of what I said was slightly inaccurate in a sense of a maintenance, but the cost for our capital projects are increasing pretty substantial even.
Okay. Claus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to speak against this because I don't think that it will bring us any closer to what we maybe would need, but I think that it was made clear that this was going to be the amount that was going to be charged to the animal owners, to the confined feeding operations, and I think we should stick to that because I think we have pretty close to 100% of the money is coming in every year, and we have no conflict, and I would hate to see a conflict coming in for that just 3 cents, like just being a penny pusher that way.
Go ahead, Mark, and then Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would speak against the amendment also. I think we've got a good working relationship with especially our feedlot owners. I've noticed the last year with the dust control issues, that they've taken it on themselves out of their own pockets. They're watering roads, trying to be good neighbors. And I think we've built that trust relationship with them. It was a long process to get us to this point. And I don't think, we can have a discussion at our next budget cycle, but I don't think this is the time to be nickeling and adding pennies to a cost. I think we just leave it the way it is as per the recommendation from the administration.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand it right, we collect about $2 million currently.
To the chair, to Councillor Van Essen, it is currently $1.5 million. And so that 3 cent change would equal to be about $18,000 increase.
Go ahead, Jen.
It is over 2 million, but just the business tax portion that we're discussing today is around 1.5. The total, including the cap levy and the portion that we take from our farmland, makes up the 2 million.
Thank you. That follows directly down my train of thought. For $18,000, like, do we really poke the bear over this and rattle the bee's nest and all that? Like, no, absolutely not.
You're suggesting a higher rate?
I'm suggesting that just leave it alone.
To bring the conversation back, John has proposed an amendment. Candace, do you mind reading back the amendment, please?
Bylaw to increase the rate from $2.50 per animal unit to $2.53 per animal.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I will call a question on the amendment. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is defeated. Back to the main motion, that the business tax rate bylaw 23-011 be read a third time. That was moved by Claus, or Eric, sorry, Eric. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Moving down, F5, Administration, F5.1, County Council 5-year donation history.
Are you doing that one or am I?
No, I jumped the gun here, pardon me.
You can do it if you like. I'm just going to bring it up on here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the following report is more for information purposes, as per a council request made at the March 2nd council meeting. So the request was to direct administration to bring back a report highlighting council's donation history over the last 5 years. So in the attached document to the report, there is a 5-year history there of funding and donations made by council to community groups and individual groups. I'll just go right to the document. The top portion of the, I'm calling it funding or contributions, are budgeted. So they do fit into the operating budget annually. As you can see, in 2020, that was the first year that County Council committed to the $80,000, so $10,000 per community association or center, including Prairie Tractor, and then that is carried forward. There was, the bursary was also brought in 2020, and then there were a couple of commitments, one to the Alberta Conservation Association, which is a 5-year commitment, and the Picture Butte Rural Crime, which is also a 5-year commitment. So those came into place over 2020 and 2021. And then, of course, the Old Man Watershed Council. I could not find an amount for 2020, so I am not sure if they didn't invoice us in that year or if it showed up in another account. I apologize. So the assumption is we did pay something, although I could not find it coming out of council's budget.
Moving down, I just prioritized the items by year, so they're not, I tried to sort them as best I could. On an annual basis, council has contributed to the community planning conference. They've done a sponsorship annually, going back over the full 5 years. We've had the growing projects come forward on a couple occasions. And another more regular one is, of course, the Alberta NWT Command advertisement and the Canadian Follow Heroes donation. So those have been fairly regular. Prior to 2020, as some of council may remember, requests from the community organizations came through the former Land Trust Fund. And so that's why in 2020 that was changed to just an annual budgeted amount, which is no longer there. One item on here that is more recent and has also been included in the budget, but it didn't begin till 2023, was the STARS Air Ambulance donation as well, that council is contributing. And I believe that is at $2 per capita. As mentioned, this is more just for information purposes.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Absolutely
Thank you.
what the intent of what they're looking for. Really appreciate it, and we'll digest it and hopefully work on it at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So does the farm safety, does that come out of Ag Service Board budget?
That's-
And not out of donations?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments coming from the work Jen's done here? Not?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you.
We move down F5.2, Link Pathway Committee representation. This follows up on an item we had on our previous agenda, and I will throw to our interim CAO, Larry Randall. Larry?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Council, good afternoon. Fairly self-explanatory here, as Reeve Campbell mentioned at the last council meeting 3 weeks ago, March 16th. We had received an opportunity or an invitation from the Link Pathway Committee to have representation from Lethbridge County. And I think our discussion at that time, if I recall correctly, was how many council members would they be willing to entertain to sit on that committee. So we reached out to them, and indeed they have come back, and they would be more than happy to have 2 Lethbridge County council members sit on that committee. And we did find out as well, because it does play into people's lives and logistics and so on, that their meetings are typically held on the first Tuesday of every month from 3 until 4:30 out at the Norland Estate or Norland Manor. So that's where we're at, Mr. Chairman. If council proceeds, and there are a couple members who are interested in sitting on that committee, I would suggest in the recommendation that we maybe add those couple of names, just so it's clear who's going to be on that committee. We can then reach out to the committee, let them know who they are, and then invitations from the committee can go directly to each of those council members when meetings and other issues may arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Welcome.
Any questions from council? Any discussion? How would you like to proceed?
If I'm not mistaken, did we not basically choose the 2 people last time, or do we still have to do it?
We did not.
Okay.
You did?
Because, yeah. Is there, I'll ask then, is there interest to sit on the Link Pathway Committee? Morris?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Go ahead.
Okay.
Would you like to? Okay. So I have Morris and Claus then. Someone like to make that motion? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that Councillor Zeenster and Klaus be appointed as the members to sit on the Link Pathway Committee.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that 2 members of council, Morris Zeenstra and Klaus Van Der Veen of County Council, be appointed to the Link Pathway Committee. Go ahead, Lauren.
Just a question, when I read there, they have to approve it by their vote? Is that what I get out of his message?
Is that what it is? Okay. They indicated they would. I can't imagine there being an issue, but I guess that's what they'll have to do. So we'll let them know. And assuming, and
Perhaps recommend then those two members?
Yeah.
Perhaps we could,
Oh, yeah, I guess my wording is not very good.
Because it just says are added by a majority vote of the committee.
okay. Does that work then, John?
Yeah.
Okay,
You need me to-
sure, why don't we?
Okay, I'd like to amend my motion or reword my motion to recommend that Councillor Zeensta and Councillor Van der Been be recommended to the Link Pathway Committee.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Larry.
you're welcome. Thank you.
F5.3, Transmark request for letter of support. Larry?
Thank you. As you may have seen in your agenda packages, there's a letter dated April 6th from Transmark. Pardon me, they've given us a draft letter of what they would like to see us potentially send. Of course, we have the flexibility of rewording it. But Transmark, the rail facility to the south along highway, I always get it mixed up. I'm going to go 5, 4, yeah, 50-50 chance and not a chance of getting it right. Thank you. You know how that goes, right? So they've submitted an application under what they're calling the National Trade Corridors Fund to obtain funding for a digitization enhancement project for their facility. And ultimately, that will help make them be more efficient. You know, I think arguably we could say that will ultimately, again, contribute to the economic robustness and attractiveness for Lethbridge County, having a fully functional and modern and digitized tracking system for Transmark, which handles so much of the rail movement in and out of Lethbridge County. So this opportunity, again, can support all of that, and accordingly, the county, is in a position without really any risk, I would say, to provide such a letter of support for them. And again, I think it fits under our strategic plan in trying to have a vibrant community with a great economic opportunity and growth in the near future. So I'll put that back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would make a motion to recommend that the Lethbridge County send a letter of support to Transmark feeders to Transport Canada and Ottawa for their request under the signature of the Reeve.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. We have a couple items of correspondence. Maybe I'll just briefly go through them, and then if there's any discussion, please feel free to jump in. First item, from the Schizophrenia Society of Alberta. The SSA, the Schizophrenia Society of Alberta, is hosting our annual Strides of Hope Walk on Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. Please find attached the walking route and meeting location for the Strides of Hope Walk happening nearest you. This event, you're invited to participate, represent your constituents, and to acknowledge the need for services to support Albertans affected by schizophrenia and other severe mental illness. Is there any questions or discussion on that piece? Go ahead, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we participated in this before? I don't recall.
I think this just might be a blanket invite that we received. Our second item is right here. Town of Pitcher Butte Council Meet and Greet invitation. We received an invitation to a council-to-council meet and greet. Come out to the town of Pitcher Butte to mingle with other councils to discuss issues in the area and how we can all work together. Wednesday, April 26, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the Pitcher Butte Community Center. RSVP deadline is by April 19th. Sorry, any discussion on that item? I would suggest, go ahead.
Food they're gonna be serving down there.
Appetizers and beverages.
Because that might make a difference
Go ahead, John.
I think it's gonna be Japanese.
Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest that, you know, this fits very well in our strategic plan. Excuse me. In terms of, you know, aligning with our municipal partners and our smaller urbans in the area. And I think it would be a very important thing for all of us, or as many of us, to attend as soon as possible.
Thank you, John. Candace, would you be able to send council an invite to that? Excellent, thank you. And then moving down, item 3, Town of Barhead EPR program exemption. This is from the Mayor, Dave McKenzie of the Town of Barhead, speaking to how the EPR program would have impact newspaper media. Just a note from inside the letter, it might seem simple to discontinue physical publications in a digital world. However, digital excludes entire demographics of individuals who cannot access the internet. Newspapers serve as a source of information for those who still operate in an analog world. We urge the UPC to follow in the footsteps of jurisdictions such as Great Britain and Ontario, where newspapers have become exempt from similar EPR programs. I'm assuming EPR refers to extended producer.
I think it's like electronic.
Right? Yeah. I read that right? Okay. And those were our 3 pieces of correspondence for this meeting. We'll keep moving down if that's all right. We'll move down to H, County Council and Committee Updates, Rural Municipalities of Alberta Committee Participation, Councillor John Kurbis. And John, you mind if I just start?
Sorry?
Do you mind if I start?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So the RMA put out a bulletin on March 17th. RMA seeking member participants for quasi-judicial agency review committee. Although a core responsibility of municipalities is to manage local land use planning and development decisions, provincial quasi-judicial agencies approve certain types of development, such as renewable energy developments, oil and gas wells and pipelines, and confined feeding operations that can have major local impacts. To better understand the impacts that provincially regulated development approvals have on rural municipalities and the experience that rural municipalities have had in participating in development review processes led by such agencies, the RMA is forming a member committee. The committee will be comprised of 5 elected officials from RMA member municipalities and chaired by a member of the RMA Board of Directors. As the RMA is expecting a large number of applicants for participation on the committee, only 1 applicant per municipality will be considered. We'll do our best to ensure the committee includes a broad range of experience and regional representation. Application forms must be completed no later than April 14th, 2023. John?
Thank you. I've put towards the council that I would like to put my name forward and apply for this. I feel that you know, my experience with council and my past experiences in life fit very well with this, in the sense that I have a good ability to review legislation and understand it and discern it. This is a very hot topic within the province, specifically with the Alberta Utilities Commission and the Alberta Energy Regulators, and their ability to, at this point, override anything a municipality wants to do in terms of land use bylaws and zoning. And it is something that is going to continue to be a very important issue, especially for Lethbridge County. And I think it's important that we have a seat at the table and a voice there. And recognizing, of course, that when you put your application in, there is going to be very good interest on this. But I think that this is an issue that is front and center for us, and it's important that we do what we can to make sure that we have a voice at the table. And it is something that RMA specifically wants to make sure that any individuals putting their name in do have the support of their council.
Thank you, John. Any questions or discussion from council? Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah. Was there a deadline on this one?
April 14th.
Oh,
Questions? I got Eric and then Morris.
What's the step, being that this came forward as a request versus council saying who do we put forward? Do we just have a motion on what we'd like to put forward, or are we more or less deciding if we're to support the application? What are we looking at?
That would be at council's discretion. I think John is asking for council's support to essentially put his name forward. So if it were, if council felt such, that we could direct administration to forward an application to the Quasi-Judicial Agency Review Committee on behalf of Deputy Reeve Kurbis, if that was the appetite. Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric kind of summed it up down there. To be honest with you, I really can't see that we need to be down there, because there is a lot of them there already, and whoever is there, they basically step up to the plate to be there for all of the members. So I don't know why we need to be down there.
Well, if I could reply to that, the RMA is putting together another committee, a new committee, just specifically to address these quasi-judicials. So.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So does this a RMA committee, the RMA pay for it, or does the county pay for it, for your expenses?
I don't see anything in this bulletin. It just says that the committee will begin work in May, run till September, meeting once a month or as needed. More information on the committee's mandate, composition, meeting processes, deliverables, and financial remuneration for community members. Oh, sorry, there is a link. Is available on the Quasi-Judicial Agency Committee page on the RMA website.
So it would be RMA.
In the past, the answer to that would be no.
Okay.
Candace, would you be able to? Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Just a quick question. So how many municipalities do we have in
69.
60, so there's probably going to be 67, at least 67 people apply, potentially, and then they're taking 5 for the committee, right?
Right.
Okay, so.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You would probably just narrow it down to the next one for each zone.
Yeah.
I assume too, the Reeves would be the ones that you would put forward, because they don't have the experience, they've been around long enough. I'm fine throwing that aside.
Sorry.
I did find something, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like me to read it out.
Please.
It says that
Thank you. Administration and financial support per diem costs associated with participation in the RMA Advisory Committee will be borne by the member municipality. A letter of support from each committee member municipality is requested, indicating recognition that per diem costs will not be borne by the RMA. The RMA shall reimburse committee members for travel, accommodation, and meal expenses related to attendance.
Okay. Thank you, Jen.
Sorry, that went right over my head. We needed member support,
So
but the RMA was gonna cover.
So per diem, so your daily rate that the county would pay for you to attend something outside of the county boundaries will be borne by the county, but accommodations and travel and meals related to attendance of the meetings, RMA will reimburse for. Yes, I'd have to look at the council policy on that again, though. If you're getting reimbursed by one organization, I believe the county doesn't also pay.
Right.
Yeah.
That would make sense. You wouldn't want to double it.
How would you like to proceed? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we should try to participate as a council. I think there's an active application come forward, and so rather than trying to put it all out through all the council, us all, whoever wants to go through all that, I'm willing to support that application. And as a municipality, let's try to have a voice on the board, and sometimes if we have to put some input to our voice, we'll do our best to do that. So my motion is to support this application going in.
Okay. Candace, can you make that sound?
Yeah.
What you need out of it? Okay.
I have a small point of order. Do I vote on this?
Yes.
Yeah, you vote,
Yeah.
of course you do.
Well, I mean,
What else are you gonna go throw up there?
Your name was, your name was mentioned. If
You might be the only one, but you know. Well, we're all gonna vote, I might be the only one in favor.
I think just support. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to suggest that if Councillor Kurbis is the, selected one who's going to be put forth by the county, then maybe his name should be in the motion,
Yeah.
just so it's clear.
Okay.
Sure.
Candace,
Thank you.
do you have something you could read back?
Do you want just that county council support, or do you want administration to submit the application on behalf of John, or just support John's application?
The application's filled in online.
Just for,
Okay, so that county.
but you need a
council-
letter of support though, correct?
I need, yes.
Yeah, so that a letter be drafted under the Reeve signature indicating support for Councillor or Deputy Reeve Kurbis's participation in the quasi-judicial agency review committee. Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say, the letter would be appreciated, but on the application, it says, please indicate that you have the approval from your council supporting your involvement in this community, recognizing that your municipality is responsible for any applicable per diem costs, and there's a yes or no checkbox.
Okay,
Yeah.
we clear?
That's mine.
All right.
Any amendments?
Anything, anything further? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
With that, I believe that concludes our public business, if I'm not missing anything. So I would then entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Lauren? Lauren has moved to enter a closed session for our two remaining items. Item 3, water co-op discussion, Director of Public Operations, VoIP 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. And item 4, request for contribution discussion, VoIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. session. In favor? Opposed? That's carried. Candace, you say when you're good to go. We'll reconvene the public portion of our meeting at 2:27. Coming from our closed session, we have two items. On item 3, John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that council direct administration to draft a bylaw in terms of reference for the formation of a committee with the purpose of working with the water co-ops.
Thank you, John. Any discussion on that one? Not. I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And item 4, request for contribution. We have a recommendation. Claus?
I will move that I'll move that the recommendation that was proposed. No, I said a little wrong. The letter that we got from Nobleford with the request for a certain amount of money, that we deny that one. It's plain and simple.
Claus has moved that a letter under the Reeves signature be drafted by administration and sent to Nobleford Town Council denying their request. Is that good, Claus? With an explanation justifying council's decision. Okay. Any discussion on that? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And if there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Morris has moved adjournment at 2:28. Thank you, Morris. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff.